See if I can change the webcam thing. It's kind of too dark to me. Up the game a little bit. Change the temperature. Redder or greener. Maybe it's just gain and white balance temperature that's doing the thing here. Hmm. Sharpness, backlight compensation. Oh, exposure time. There we go. That's what I was wondering about. Oh, not. I don't want it. I don't want the webcam to be working too hard. And it can, so sometimes. Okay. Wow, you guys aren't even letting me sleep. Okay, so alright. Sleepy as normal after eating stupid lunch. But actually let's check on something here. Let me go get something, please. I'll be right back. Okay. Just a moment. Maybe I should have a separate just a moment screen, not one that I'm actually taking a break or thinking or uh please wait while I sleep. Should I do that? No, I'm just kidding. Okay, I don't exactly remember where I'm at, sort of, but I sort of do. So let's go up to desktop right now, and let's go to the plot outline. So if I remember right, I put a bunch of stuff in Act 3 that had to do with Kurt and Red. And that's this spot is where line 333 is where I left off. Let me see if I can read this through like okay. Yeah, I'm not sure what exactly I want to do today. I know I was still integrating the plot outline. I was integrating those characters into the plot outline. I also know there's some other plot outlines that I kind of want to put in here. And because the next thing after making sure everybody's in here is streamlining it. So it's one line per event that is happening or whatever, and maybe possibly per location. That's what I was trying to do. I was trying to make sure that it was like one line per screen. In this case, it'd be per page, right? Or per node, or per scene, or whatever you want to call it. And I'm gonna try to say less ums if I can, and less so's, and then okays, and say a lot of that crap. All right, so okay. I'm gonna read. Actually, I'm gonna read this out loud. I'm going to read Act 3 out loud here, and to see if I need to, if there's some finessing that I need to do. Okay, so yeah, let's back up. Let's speak a little bit of Act 2. So John and Roland uh, are working in the mines, enslaved like everybody else, and they're about ready to overthrow their gnome captors. Um, when there's an explosion on one of the mine walls, and out then and then there's a train there that apparently crashed into the side of the mine. Where he knew where to find them exactly is kind of a mystery, but so here it pops out. Then there's a battle between Black Knight, sitting on Crooktooth, and Sir William, and the twins. And actually ends quickly. This is actually quite in line with the thing about one per event or whatever. Because I could have wrote their fight, and really what all this means is the battle is going to be on one page, and maybe an animation in the final thing if it survives. Okay, so they have the battle. Sir William ends up winning against the Black Knight and Crooktooth, with the twin dragons helping, and disoriented by the explosion, the gnome guards are easily overpowered. Okay. Now, here's my little problem. It's not really a problem. Because right now, the amount of lines is balanced. And by balance, I mean Act 2 is twice as big as Act 1 and 3. And if you're doing like a 4-act structure, something similar to like a TV show or something, which had to have their commercials at certain times, 4 acts would be roughly the same if you wanted to split Act 2 into 2 parts, A and B or whatever. See, this is down to 97. That is about approximately 100, not quite. It's like 90, which is okay, which is fine. It doesn't have to be exact. Then this starts at 103, and Act 2 goes all the way to 293. 103 to 293. 103 to 303 would be 200. So this is about roughly 190, roughly 190 lines, and that's of course that's double space here. And then this starts at 299, and then it's at 393, or technically 392. And so that makes that roughly 90 lines, just give or take. So if I move anything into Act 2, it's going to start bulging again, and it's going to start looking out of balance again. Now, maybe I shouldn't worry about that, but is there anything we could do to kind of switch them around a little bit? Okay, again, what happens at the end of Act 2? Hubert's popping out of the train right as they're about ready to overthrow their known captors. Sir William and the twins and the Black Knight and Crooktooth, that battle ends. Because they were disoriented by the explosion, the guards are easily overpowered, and they start shuffling out. The slaves get released and start to run out of the mines. Hubert shouts for everyone to head to the Bats and Belfry motel. Hubert sends John to night school to inform them and enlist their help. Hubert himself goes to Fairy God College and releases the would-be fairy godmothers and asks for their help. Roland Sr. and Roland Jr. head to the North Country where his people are. John goes back into the night school with Sir William. A lot of knights or knights in training listens to what Sir William has to say. I'll agree to help our heroes. So what I can do here is essentially I guess I want to transpose a few lines. This one says sends Hubert to night school to inform them and enlist their help. And John goes back into the night school with Sir William. Okay. Huh. All right. Let us. Okay. So, all right. So let me go through. Okay. So let's go through. I guess let me finish the end of Act 2, and then let me read Act 3, and then I'll see how it sounds. And if anybody has suggestions or thoughts or ideas, you can let me know either in IRC or just the YouTube chat or whatever. Okay, so Hubert shouts for everyone to hit the Batson Belfry Motel. Hubert sends John to night school, inform them and enlist their help. Hubert himself goes to Fairy God College, releases the would-be fairy godmothers, asks for their help. Roland Sr. and Roland Jr. head to the North Country where his people are. John goes back into the night school with Sir William. A lot of knights in training listen to what Sir William has to say. They all agree to help our heroes. Act 3. Max finds out that John and Roland and most of the slaves were rescued by Hubert. Max pulls Scarlet Red Clover out of hiding, asks her to go conscript werewolves into his service. Now, these things weren't necessarily meant to go together. They could go at the same time. It could be as a result of him kind of losing a little bit because John Roland and the slaves escape. But at this time, supposedly, he's almost done getting people. In fact, that's part of Zanzibar's story, so I don't know if that was somewhere earlier in Act 2. Anyways, pull Scarlet Red Clover out of hiding, ask her to go and conscript the werewolves into his service. Red tells the werewolves led by Rottweiler that they might be rid of their curse if they join Max's army. Kurt, Rottweiler's second in command, goes to meet with Violet after remembering their rivalry. She agrees to help him and become leader of the pack if Kurt eliminates Red. The werewolves tell Red they want proof, and she goes in and gets Max, who promptly gets rid of the curse for a few of them. The werewolves, led by Rottweiler, throw Red into a hut and discuss. Kurt comes back to discuss the possibility of joining Max's army, and after a heated debate, agrees. After they bring Red out, she goes back to Max with a positive answer, as Kurt and several of the others audibly dissent. On their way back to the werewolf village, Kurt jumps out of the bushes, and they tumble. Hold on a second. Oh. Something just caught my eye in on Discord. I'm in the Redot Discord in the Redot discussion channel. So it just caught my eye because it was a white screen or something. I don't think it has anything to do with me, obviously. It's something to do with the Redot engine, anyways. That's okay. Doesn't have anything to do with me. All right, back to the future, or back to the thing. You know the thing. Okay, so she agrees to help him become leader of the pack if Kurt eliminates Red. The werewolves tell Red they want proof, and she goes and gets Max, who promptly gets rid of the curse for a few of them. Kurt comes back to discuss the possibility of joining Max's army, and after heated debate, agrees. And really, it's Rottweiler is supposed to do the agreeing. Kurt is supposed to be doing the dissenting. So after they bring Red out, she goes back to Max with a positive answer, as Kurt and several others audibly dissent. Did I already have dissent earlier here, or did I just reread something? Proof, discuss. I keep using those words, audibly dissent. Okay, on our way back to the werewolf village, Kurt jumps out of the bushes and they tumble back into the forest. Kurt then takes Red's riding hood back to Violet. Quote unquote riding hood. Kurt then reveals Red was promising to remove their curses and that he didn't want that. He asks Violet to enhance it instead. Violet agrees if he steals the totem of leadership and brings it to her because she claims it will bind the pack to him. When he gets back, he goes into Rottweiler's hut and starts to grab the totem. Thorn, Rottweiler's third in command, stops Kurt from getting the totem. After a fight, Kurt takes the totem back to Violet, and she casts a spell which visibly alters Kurt and his pack. Kurt returns to the village and takes his place as the leader. Okay, so now all the good guys, everyone meets at the Bats in the Belfry motel. Hubert changes Sir William back into a man as he gets ready to command the Enchanted Landing Guard. The Enchanted Guard. Maybe I just call it straight up the Enchanted Guard. I guess it's supposed to be for the hotel though. The Enchanted Landing Guard is supposed to be for the whole lands. Just because I called that one the hotel. So maybe they just should be called the Enchanted Guard. That might be a thing. While everyone gathers around, even spilling into the streets. In this case, it wouldn't be street, but that doesn't really matter. Hubert speaks to the crowd. Meanwhile, in the castle at the Omni Gate, Max and his techs activate the machine for the first time. First at half power, he has them open a few gates, then a few more. Thousands of gates are opened simultaneously and then shut off. Max has his guards assemble the armies of creatures and men. As soon as all the armies are assembled, he starts seeing a large amount of trains flying in. Realizing who they are, he commands his armies to attack them. He orders the technicians to put the machine at full power and open all the portals. A large battle ensues. I like using the word ensue, and that's what I did. Okay. The battle starts waning in favor of the Enchanted Landians. John spots Max trying to escape via one of the portals and chases him. John tackles Max, but Max throws him off and starts running for a stairwell. John chases Max up the stairs onto a catwalk, and they begin to fight. John still has a silver ticket, and Max manages to grab it out of his coat. While still grabbing for the ticket, he pulls John down with him as he goes over the edge. John holds on to the catwalk with his feet as Max dingles below. Max starts slipping, and with the ticket in hand, eventually falls. John turns away as Max falls, and when he turns back, Max is just gone. Coming back down, out of breath and full of bruises and scratches, he knows the battle is almost over. As the battle comes to a close, the princess and Hubert manage to make their way over to John. Eventually, all that's left is the cleanup. Sometime later in the throne room, Hubert talks privately to John and Princess Karen. Hubert states that John is probably going to become king. Hubert mentions the king is still missing. He also mentions that Max is still alive somewhere. John mentions he wants to have a date. John mentions that he wants to have a date with Princess Karen, and he's always wanted to ever since he saw her get kidnapped on the train before he blacked out. Hubert finally sets it up, gives it some magical touches. He then leaves them in peace to eat dinner and to talk. And there's your happy ending. Okay. So there's one thing that I've been doing throughout this whole process is I've been trying to interweave the different characters so that they're not all in one big clump. Now I could do them in one big clump if I wanted to, but that's not how this is panning out. So I do need to rearrange a few items, I think. What it might mean is I might need to need to take some of this Act 3 stuff and push it back into Act 2, and then pull some of the Act 2 stuff and push it up into Act 3, so I can have a kind of a proper, I guess you say situation. Because if you look, 299 to 331, that's about 30 lines, 15 lines, maybe 15, 16 lines, single space. But it's taken 30 lines, and then 335 to 393. That's only taken about 60 lines. So this is actually taking a whole third of the whole entire Act 3, which is not that big of a deal, but it seems like it's spending too much time on them as one story. It would feel imbalanced. You'd be playing it, and then you'd be doing all this stuff, and then it would feel like your whole game's over here or whatever instead of where it's supposed to be. So I need to find the right place to break this little bit in Act 3, and then I need to figure out where to insert it in Act 2, and then I need to find out what I can bring up to, what I can bring back up into Act 3. So I can probably break up things by segments. Basically the way I got Kurt and Red's stories is like sort of kind of dependent on each other. Is I got them coming and going at several times, so that I can probably find some natural splits, right? Uh, so this is actually okay, where you pull Scarlet out. Let's see. Actually, Max finds out John and Roland and most of the slaves are rescued by Hubert. Can actually be somewhere later in the story. In fact, I could use that to kind of put the break in even before I put it into Act 2. Okay, so Max pulls Scarlet Red Clover out of hiding, asks her to go conscript the werewolves into his service. So that means she goes to the werewolf village. Then she tells them, led by Rottweiler, that they might be able to get rid of their curse on everybody. Okay, so we got that. We got Kurt Rottweiler's second command goes to meet with Violet after remembering their rivalry. So these two lines can go back further, but I have to bring another two lines forward a little bit further. All right, let's try some of that. Human face in game dev on Liberia.chat is saying that making a stream for 3 people is quite a dedication. Yeah, let me reply to him. Hold on a sec. I don't know. He might even be watching himself, but I'm just gonna go ahead and reply in here in IRC, and I'll read it out loud. It's not that big of a deal. Well, sometimes it's just 2 and got to start somewhere. Hold on. And most of the time, at least one of them is me. A few people suggested I stream it. Otherwise, I was just going to develop it and possibly make a standard devlog. So regardless, it's not that big of a deal. It is a little work posting links everywhere so people will see it. But other than that, it's not bad at all. Okay. Alright, so now we're actually going to edit. Okay, so I need to do some rearranging, and I know there are only 2 lines though, so, but we'll go ahead and we'll do that. Maybe, okay, so maybe I can, after their meeting, or while they're meeting even, maybe I can do this, all 3 of these lines and push them back in Act 2. So let's do a Control X, and we'll leave that space there, that's alright. And where do we want to go here? I can actually put this anywhere. How the output healers and all this ink. Every so goes to very god. They all agree to help our heroes. I might have to streamline that a little bit, but okay, so now I got Hubert, and then I got dissuaded by the explosion, and the battle between Black Knight, and Sir William is only 1 line. So let's go ahead and put this here. Back in the mines. Back in the mines, destroyed by the explosion. The gnome gods are easily powered after they hear the explosion. Let's see. Whoa. After they hear what sounds like an explosion. No, let's Control B that. I want to make. No. Oh. Yeah, that's alright. Right. Okay. That's good. And that's 3 lines. So now I need 3 lines from here, and I need to push them into the beginning here. Hey, you know what? Okay, I'm gonna put these here. Up in here. I think. Whoop. Sorry about that. So now there's a small argument about how many people you can be able to stream to in YouTube. You literally You literally do have to stream to no one. How do you think of all the big streamers got started? 3 is much harder than 0, and 100 is much harder than 3. Yeah. And YouTube, where the recordings can be seen and found, only a few people already regularly checking the videos. That small group of people could follow the streams. I would definitely start on YouTube if I would have streaming intentions. All the good streamers started as YouTubers. Oh yeah. So then I really have an argument exactly. Uh, really, Human Face was just kind of trying to make a snarky comment to me about, having like 3. In fact, I only in right now in there. It looks like I'm the only one that's watching myself. So nobody's watching me right now. um. Anyways, they're still talking about it. Okay. Actually, let me say something in there before I go back to here. Uh, I have to modify this. I'm gonna say Violet because they all agree to help our heroes. We're gonna say all the knights, I guess. All the knights or knights in training agree to help our heroes. That's not really an event. Oh, darn it. I keep on thinking of this like a document, like I'm going to save it and then I'm going to upload it. That's why I kind of prefer messing around in a text editor. I could always edit in text editor and then go and put it back in here. And I'd still have like kind of like um, a record of the changes. Not every little change, but the main changes, which is all I do. I wait and then I update after a little while. And I don't know if that's all it takes. Nah, I probably want to do a little more here. Because what I'm gonna have to do here is I'm gonna have to still push these back in there and then yeah. I don't know, I might have to push these events up even further or something. I don't know. Maybe I'll just leave it. Oh, no, maybe what I'll probably do. I mean, this here. Let's just read it first. While Fallen Creektooth prepared for another run, now nowhere comes two other dragons. These are Chester Nestor brothers who helped Sir William fight the Black Knight and his dragon. The gnomes promptly put John. The gnomes promptly put John, Roland, and the rest to work. Back in the mines, John signals the dwarves to overpower the guards. There's an explosion that seems to come from one of the mine walls. When the smoke clears, a train appears to have crashed into the gate. Peter pops out of the train. The battle between Black Knight atop Crooktooth and Sir William and the twins ends quickly. Max pulls Scarlet Red Clover out of hiding and asks her to go and conscript the werewolves into the service. Red tells the werewolves, led by Rottweiler, that they might be rid of their curse if they join Max's army. Kurt, Rottweiler's second in command, goes to meet with Violet after remembering their rivalry back in the mines. Gnome guards are easily overpowered after they hear what sounds like an explosion. The slaves get released and start to run out of the mines. Hubert shouts for everyone to head to the Batson Belfry Motel. Hubert sends John to night school to form them and enlists their help. Hubert himself goes to Fairy God College and releases the would-be fairy godmothers and asks for their help. Roland Sr. and Roland Jr. head to the North Country where his people are. Act 3. Max finds out that John and Roland and most of the slaves were rescued by Hubert. John goes back in the night school, goes back into night school with Sir William. A lot of knights are knights in training and listens to what Sir William has to say. All the knights in training agree to help our heroes. Violet agrees to help and be Kurt. See, that's why I need to kind of read through this because when I'm referring to him or her or whatever, I'm referring to somebody in the previous line instead of trying to do their names the whole time. Maybe I should never do the quote unquote pronouns. Maybe I should always name them. I mean, it's an outline. It doesn't really matter, but it would keep things straight as I'm reading this off. Violet agrees to help Kurt become leader of the pack if he eliminates Red. The werewolves tell Red if they want proof, and goes and gets Max, who promptly gets rid of the curse for a few of them. The werewolves, led by Rottweiler, throw Red into a hut and discuss. Kurt comes back to discuss the possibility of joining Max's army. After a heated debate, agrees. After they bring Red out, she goes back to Max with a positive answer, and Kurt and several others audibly dissent. On her way back to Werewolf Village, Kurt jumps out of the bushes, and they tow him back in the forest. Kurt then takes Red's riding hood back to Violet. Kurt then reveals Red was promising to remove their curses, and that he didn't want that. He asked Violet to enhance it. Violet agrees if he steals the totem of leadership. Okay. So that still means that there's a chunk. Now, there's a thing that I don't really want to do, and that is a lot of this, like, okay, so this stuff with Red and the werewolves and Kurt need to be before the battle. So I don't have that much wiggle room, even if I am trying to move stuff around a little bit. Let's remove that. Okay. Hubert turns. Okay. Seems a large amount of trains. Max has guarded assembled armies of creatures and men. Thousands of gates almost simultaneously and shut off first at Power. Meanwhile, in the castle of Omnigate, Hubert speaks to the crowd. Now, what I could do is I could push some of these back and push some of these other ones forward. Everyone meets. Act 3. After they bring Red out, she goes back to Max with positive answer. People, including cats, may interrupt me. Yeah, I do get frequent. Well, not frequent, actually. I don't get that many interruptions. Get a few interruptions here and there. Not a big deal. I'm hoping that when I catch up with making devlogs out of the live streams, that it will start bringing people in to watch. Shouting the Void on YouTube, where you have a full archive backlog automatically. I think Twitch purges its history eventually, but you can post Twitch VODs on YouTube. A few views. I also sub to those who are small and stayed small. Huh. I have no idea if I'll ever blow up or not. Going to try though. The biggest. Okay. So, I said I wasn't going to say okay so much, but okay so. Um, 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 um. Let us see here. Yeah, this just stupid just thing. Uh, I might do what I said. I might start doing what I said. I might go ahead and bring this into my notes, edit on my notes, save it, and then actually edit it, copy it back over here. Yeah, I won't notice the changes, but then I'm not really doing the changes anyways, unless I decide to update every so often. I mean, I could do that instead. But I think if you got so much history, so many changes, like let's look at the current history here. See revisions, see 23. Oh, that's taking a while. So look at the revisions here. I mean, that's a lot, right? If I updated it every so often, there'd be tons more revisions. I don't know. Maybe that's the way I should do it, though. I don't know. What do you guys think? Should I should I like update public gist every time I make a change? Because that's really what the whole thing about having a record of changes, CVS and all that does. Uh, or should I go ahead and edit it in my notes in my regular, probably LibreOffice Writer, and then when I'm done for the day, go in and replace the event, the deal. It won't show me the individual changes. Why? Because I'll be changing the whole thing out. It'll show delete for everything, and it'll show an add for everything. So maybe. Okay, so wait, I can't. Too bad I couldn't make that bigger for some reason. I mean, I can resize the thing that fills the screen. That's not what I mean. I just mean show more lines. Okay. Kurt takes his place as leader. Maybe I should put the star back in there. Um, everyone meets. Change Sterling back into a man. After a fight. Okay. Hebert speaks to the crowd. You know what? I never had a thing where Hebert speaks to the crowd other than saying that he speaks to the crowd. Maybe I should have an actual speech here somewhere. Now, what if I took this and I went ahead and put it up here somewhere? After a fight, Thorn, the Rottweiler's third in command, stops Kurt from getting the totem. When he gets back, he goes into Rottweiler's hut and starts to grab the totem. Okay, I can actually put that in here, I think. Okay, the heroes. We'll just call them the heroes. Heroes for back of a letter term. How about that for dyslexic? For lack of a better term. Okay. The heroes meet at the Beth and Mufford Motel. He changes Sir William back into a... Okay, so... Alright. Let's read this. After they bring Red out, she goes back to Max with a positive answer, as Kurt and several others audibly dissent. On her way back to the werewolf village, Kurt jumps out of the bushes and they tumble back in the forest. Kurt then takes Red's Riding Hood back to Violet. Kurt then reveals Red was promising to remove their curses and that he didn't want that and asks Violet to enhance the effects of the curse. Violet agrees if he steals the totem leadership and brings it to her because she claims it will bind the pack to him. The heroes meet at the Bats of Melfrey Motel. Hubert changes Sir William back into man, gets ready to command the Enchanted Landing Guard. While everyone gathers around, I'm going to say the Enchanted Guard just because it sounds easier to say and all that. While everyone gathers around, even spilling the street, Hubert speaks to the crowd. When Kurt gets back, he goes into Rottweiler's hut and starts to grab for the totem. Thorn, Rottweiler's third in command, stops Kurt from getting the totem. After a fight, Kurt takes the totem back to Violet, and she casts a spell which visibly alters Kurt and his pack. Kurt returns to the village and takes his place as the leader. Okay. Mm-hmm. This could be enough here. I'm gonna go ahead and update this, even though I wasn't going to do that, but let's do it anyways. So I didn't actually change the length of it, of course. Okay, so it's still a total about 300. Let's see what we got here. That's 100. That's 100. Okay, I guess. Oop, cancel. I'm not really done yet, but I guess I'm done with the section for a little while. So, you know what? I'm gonna take me like a little 5-minute break, and then I'll be right back. Um, let's pull up my notes. I don't know that I'm 100% done with the outline just yet. Yep, that is this is a pre this is pre streamlining. Maybe I'll get to the streamlining today. I mean, I wanted to get it done sometime this month at least. So this is the second week in February. February. Oops. Okay. Um. Let's see here. Okay, so let me go back to this. I'm dragging him out, trying to find his friends. I'm trying to go through. I'm trying to look through this to see where I need to add some more like subplot stuff. Maybe I don't need it. Maybe I should just streamline it as it is. Let's go and actually revisit. I guess we'll start by revisiting Max's notes. So let me find Max's notes here. Now, I may not stay strictly within the confines of what I had written in my notes back in whatever 2005 or something, whatever it was, something crazy. Um, Maximilian spell. See it before they were going to do some experiments. Max is going to do experiments trying to inject Quicksilver into non-magical veins, and I figured that would be a little bit too dark for the story. Princess Karen discovers Max's secret plans. That's still kind of how it works. Although this talks about raising a magical army by infusing tourists with Quicksilver or getting the princess to tell them the secret on how not magicals can be imbued with magical abilities. And in actuality, what I did is I changed that. I thought that was a little too dark too. That's part of it. So I figured that instead they kidnap Princess Karen because her people have discovered a way of refining Quicksilver that amounts to about 90% pure versus the traditional what I think I put 70, maybe I could put even lower as like 65% or something. So like really pure, because Max needs some really pure Quicksilver to be able. He needs some maximum magic power to be able to power his portal machine, the Omni Gate, as it's called now. The dwarves end up being held hostage by the evil gnomes. That's in there currently right now. The adventurers manage to rescue the princess, and she tells them Max's plans. It's already in there too. She didn't manage to get she didn't manage to get entrance to the mines, however. Now, uh, oh, this is kind of interesting. The way I have this set up is I have Max recruiting the army of werewolves in the midpoint, so that's kind of interesting. Um, right now, I just pushed it back to the to Act 3 to being part of actually plot point 2. The adventurers manage to free Fairy Godmother training and find a way to get the knights to fight for them. That isn't hard. We figured that. Rolling the oversized door shows them a secret entrance to the mines, which he still kind of does. They also find a way to remove the dragon's enchantments. And actually, what did I? Oh yeah, the way that they remove the enchantments is when they fight Crooktooth and they win, and basically they kill Crooktooth. The enchantments for the other dragons stop, and so now they got all the good dragons on their side. At least some of them, anyways. John Thomas, who's from our world, managed to rescue the princess, goes in the mines to free the dwarves. And actually, I have this at the midpoint, at our actual midpoint. And the tourists are being experimented. He himself gets caught and enslaved. The rest also get caught when all of Kurt the Cavalry Werewolf manages to convince the army of werewolves to help him and help the adventurers. The adventurers overcome the gnomes with the help of the werewolves. I didn't put that in there. But since Kurt is now a bad guy, he's no longer a good guy. That wouldn't be tenable anyways. The adventurers overcome the gnomes with the help of the werewolves, and the dwarves manage to escape while leaving the zombie-like magic army made up of tourists. Their only hope is to get in the administration building to trap things enough that the good army led by Sir William the Unicorn can overcome the villain's army, which consists of magical tourists, bad werewolves that Kurt can convince, the gnomes, evil witches and wizards. Major battle ensues as John faces off against Max. When he overcomes Max, the guys win the battle, and John turns him over to the wizard halfway. Okay. That's pretty much what happened. Max is sentenced to life as training dummy for the Knights Academy, and instead I had him actually disappear. John and Karen are married and elected king and queen of Enchanted Lands. The puppet king is sent to an asylum. Vacation tours are restarted. The schools and hotels are open. Enchanted Lands is back in the black. Leaving only one mystery to be solved. Where is the real king? Which I also let in there. This is one of my original early ideas. One of my ideas is have the players play through the villains, even though the villains ultimately don't win. I'm not sure if it will be noted later in the notes, but these main game plot points would probably be full cutscenes, possibly pre-animated. But the individual character plot points would probably be through in-game animated sequences and or conversations that don't really take you out of the game. You'll play the parts that link one plot point to the next, and that was my whole thing. The whole thing was that all the gameplay thing would be in between the plot points. So right now I'm actually writing out plot points. I'm actually writing out a lot of stuff where it's super linear. I will break that up, however. In fact, that's part of the plan to that's sorry, I got distracted. What was I saying? Oh yeah. Uh, part of phase one, it will be me. I'll probably be taking it. I'll probably be putting everything in a linear form. I'll be actually be putting it into the game, and so you won't be able to play it so much as read it like a book, right? So you'll click on the dealie. It won't be a choice. It'll just be what does he do next kind of thing. And then I will go ahead and start charting. I'll start thinking of variations. Well, for this to happen or this to happen, maybe I do this choice or this choice, that sort of thing. I was going to try to make sure that everything is what did I say? Leads to the same point, essentially. But like I said, a good answer is the is getting into night school. There's two ways to get into night school. One is you can steal a badge. The other one is you can build a. You don't steal a badge. That's not it. You build a badge via the souvenir stands, or you can get in by talking to the guards, which is probably the easier of the two. So I'll actually have to figure out maybe some way, if there's a way of rewarding the player with maybe some extra information or something, if they decide to go the badge building route. But so that's a good sign there. So Maybe I'll put the badge building part in the choose your own adventure thing, and so it will just be like, build a badge to get into night school. By the way, Knights Academy is the same as night school. I just decided to change it. I thought it sounded a little bit funnier. Knights Academy sounds cool and all. I mean, it sounds normal, but night school, you think of night school as in you're going to you're taking college courses at night or whatever. So anyways, anyways, the good deal is I have those two things to do. So your problem is getting into night school, and there's two ways to do it. And my first pass, which will just be like the book pass, you might say, is just going to have one thing on there. It says get in via the build a badge or whatever. But the other one will be implemented when I start implementing choices, and I'll implement that as a choice. Talk to the guards, right? And then they will both lead to the same end result, which is actually getting into night school, and you'll be there in front of the description of the tents and everything, in essentially past the entrance. They'll lead to the same result. And the reason I am kind of thinking about doing this ways is you're not going to die in the game because this is not that kind of game. And I could make it like Sierra's, where you could die at every corner, every turn. You ended up dying, um, but I don't really think I'm going to do that here. I like the LucasArts philosophy of not getting stuck and not going to a dead end. It's annoying. It was especially annoying when you were. There's two things. One is you could have an inventory item that you would need later, but you could never go back to getting it if you forgot to get it, and that was really annoying because then you'd have to make sure that you had a bunch of saved games, and then you'd have to go back through each one. You'd have to go back just before the one where you kind of made the mistake on. Um, or if you didn't do that, then you were screwed. You have to restart the game, which sometimes is annoying because, especially if you're halfway through the game here, that's very, very annoying. And then the other thing is just so that's a dead end thing, and then the other thing is a little dead end where you die, and there's numerous ways to die, and you're trying to avoid it, and that's just kind of annoying. Unless dying is part of the story or it's part of the thing that you're trying to do. You know, there's King's Quest. Now in King's Quest 6, you could die, but they really minimized it, and so but they left it in there. I guess either just because their older games used to do that a lot, or um, so that you would have to restart from a saved or whatever. It was part of the experience, I guess. But it's really annoying on those older ones, and so that's why LucasArts decided never to do that, never to punish somebody. In fact, they made fun of it in The Secret of Monkey Island. There's one point where you can walk off a cliff, and then it shows the funny like Sierra style death text box that says you were stupid or something, um, and then a few minutes later you see Guybrush pop up and it says fortunately it was a rubber tree or something like that, kind of making fun of Sierra's death scenes. But so my whole thing is not to have death or dead ends or anything. It's supposed to go to one ending. In fact, that's still the kind of nature of adventure games. Adventure games are story based. Story based games are meant to tell a story that the creator wants to tell. This is not necessarily for the person to make up their own story. There's plenty of action games where you make up your own story. And if you want to do it, if you want to make it a certain way, you could make it to where your actions affect your ending, and you're essentially writing your own story, and it could still be a story-based game. You know, you have to write it a certain way to do that. I'm just not doing it. I'm doing the old-fashioned way. I'm going to try to make it as non-linear as possible so that you don't get stuck anywhere. But it's still going to be a story that I'm telling. I'm telling a specific story, for an audience that specifically likes it. Anyways, I was planning on doing that with the Choose Your Own Adventure. Part of the Choose Your Own Adventure thing, when you read the old books, was the dead ends, was the endings. You usually have several bad endings, and then you have like one or two really good endings, which would encourage you to reread the book and try a different way. Really, all it succeeded in doing was make you go back to a couple of previous pages and then start from there, because you're not going to be restarting the whole book over again. So, um, so yeah. Anyways, let's get back to the thing where I get to I gotta check out the plot point things that I wrote. I didn't actually get to rewriting the villain's plot point notes or a lot of the villain's notes, so we're stuck with that. But I can mess with that now a little bit. Anyways, I gotta respond to this guy in IRC in game dev on Liberia.chat. Uh, of encouragement. I don't plan on giving up. I don't plan on giving up. Okay. Somebody saying don't give up. Okay, I believe as long as you spread the wholesome, people will support you. That's nice, yeah. Somebody's saying never give up. You'll let people down, and they'll think you deserted them. It's the Astley principle. I don't know what the Astley principle is, but oh, never gonna give you up, but you'll let people down. The Rick Astley principle. Okay, I get it. Rick rolled a little slightly. Um. Anyways, okay. Maximum spell. Evil Wizard is banished for using tourists as test subjects in Model Quicksilver. Uh, we'll say he was banished because he tried to do the same thing. He tried to open multiple portals, and that didn't quite work. Maybe in the past, he didn't build this Omnigate thing because this is a bigger deal. It's like way bigger. Maybe he tried to open a portal or a few portals and tried to conquer them as part of the thing, but he never succeeded. He was actually thwarted by Hubert and the king and a few other people. That's why Max had to take care of him. For instance, Sir William. Sir William was in command of the armies. Um, Now Roland and Roland's dad wasn't in the original story. I don't think he wouldn't have been in the backstory. Uh, it's possible that I might have put Roland Senior in there somewhere if I would have thought of making a prequel. But okay, he's doing exactly what he got banished for, but this time he's got help. Now he comes back on the guise of Maximilians. Okay, so yeah, he comes over. He does this kind of hostile takeover of Enchanted Lands. Um, yeah, he comes in. So basically, he comes in and Enchanted Lands is doing great. They're doing business like nobody else. A nice little tourist resort in this magical nexus thing where they get Quicksilver to do magic, so they can do flying trains and magic mirrors, even two-way ones, and all sorts of things with it. And they're doing well, and then um, they start hearing rumors of somebody that was previously banished popping up. And then you start seeing tourists and citizens disappearing. And before you know it, the whole resort is doing badly as far as money. They're not taking in near enough money that they need. Uh, so when they're at their worst, this guy named Maximilians, he comes in, he offers to buy for them. He even offers to allow them to stay on the board and everything. Allows the king to stay there and just basically do what he's been doing, but that he'll infuse some money and he'll have some concessions. So then he comes in, he starts closing down all the schools and the hotels and the restaurants, and he starts doing the secret stuff, which is uh, eventually you find out he's enslaving tourists and citizens to work the mines because he needs this huge amount of quicksilver in order to make his portal machine work. And then he's building the just giant portal machine, and eventually he takes over the administration castle, and then he yeah he starts building the machine, and he's using the flying trains to build to bring in supplies and stuff to build this machine. The machine was still kind of an early idea. In fact, it was one of several ideas that I've had for various stories over the time. This giant machine. One point I had the story, and I still have it somewhere, called The Legend of Quartermain, and basically what it was is it was this like this island, this magic island that that somebody uses this machine to split up the island into four parts, into five parts actually, because Quartermain is actually the main hub area, but the others are a quarter of the island. And so basically, it throws everything into chaos by splitting up. Might have been inspired a little bit by Deathgate, because if you know what the Deathgate cycle is, it's a set of fantasy books where basically these wizards or whatever they are, they manage to split the world into pieces, and so now they're kind of like in different realms and everything, and they have like their um, different environments and stuff, and they each have their own problems, and so you have to figure out how to reconnect the world. And so I think I was inspired a little bit by it, but in it again is a giant machine, and then this one is also a giant machine. I still wanted to reintegrate that giant machine thing, and so that's why you don't have any really notes about it, because it was an idea partly borrowed from another story. But anyways, I decided to that I want that in here. I don't want it just to be a battle. I want it to be a thing that he was trying to do. Anyways, okay, so these are their profiles. Uh, Max graduated Wizard U with a major in world domination and a minor in the black arts. He's off to a promising start trying to take over Enchanted Lands, but this was cut short when he was finally caught and banished. While he was away busy orchestrating, while he was away, he was busy orchestrating a comeback. Uh, uh, yeah, and Hubert was partly what stopped him. Now I'm curious as to how you got back into the Nexus. Uh, you need had some quicksilver dust on me from the refining process, so it's pretty easy to reopen a portal back. Okay, so these are supposed to be kind of like profile, kind of character, like backgrounds. And that they're not like a real big backgrounds, but they're a little bit of a thing to base the characters on. So let me find it here. And this is all at the several points I started to make, like, write out the game as if you were playing it. I was gonna write out each character as if you were playing them, like what they'd encounter, and then like sort of like a walkthrough. Like if you read a walkthrough of it. So I was gonna make it like a walkthrough essentially. But I didn't end up doing that. I ended up stopping that. Knights Academy notes. I had some funny, what I thought were funny ideas. Sword and Stone, jousting yards with ostriches, which would be a nod to joust. Concessions with ale and ye olde turkey legs. Now, the turkey legs is kind of an inside joke. If you've ever been to the Disney parks, you know that they sell smoked turkey legs. Um, we went to, it was back in 2010, I think, when we used to go to Disneyland when we lived on the West Coast, and we're still going before we knew that Disney was a bastion of groomers, basically. Um, we got our turkey legs because we thought it sounded great, but when after we ate them, it was just like, yuck. And I guess lots of people liked them, and probably still like them, but I never ate those again. I was just like, I don't even like that. That's not even like ham, because sometimes smoked turkeys kind of taste like ham a little bit, but it's like this doesn't even taste like ham. This is just like nasty, and it was kind of nasty. It was kind of greasy. It was kind of rough and leathery, and it tasted like not quite like a ham. And so ever since then, I always make this big snarky comments about the turkey legs. But I decided, you know what, it'd be funny. I should put the turkey legs as a concession stand or a concession deal. Souvenir stands with helmets and names engraved, as well as buttons, pins, ribbons, pennants. Letterman armor, i.e., letters on the backs of armor like sweaters or jackets. You know, it's like a sweat like a Letterman jacket. You know, you had the big giant letter on the back of it, and then I had geek nights and jock nights and goth nights and um, just different types of like cliques like you'd find in high school. Of course, I haven't been in high school since 1994 is when I graduated, so I don't really know much about high school. I don't know anything about college. Um, this would be more akin to a college, but I decided I'd have these like cliques, but they're all like going to try to be a knight basically. So Letterman armor would have the letter on the armor. Dragon on a stick. I think dragon on a stick is supposed to meant to be food. I think I'm not entirely sure if it's a souvenir, if it's supposed to be food. I don't remember. Princess Rescue Training Tower, uh, and that would be actually be there. Hot Babe Nights. Although in the game there aren't typically women nights. Some of these are just meant as in jokes about cliques in school. Um, so Geek Prince wants a date. Night fraternities. The to get people to join. Goal to get people to join your cause and get info. You can't be let in unless you want to be a knight. You must find your way out. I'm not sure. You must find your way in. I would think. I don't remember what I was thinking when I typed that. To build a badge, you need to swipe items from the souvenir stand because of no money. To do this, you need to convince the stand owner to take a break. Oh yeah. So one of the funny ways to get into night school is by you need a badge and it needs to look like a mini coat of arms essentially. And so you have to find a way of grabbing them from a souvenir stand or a couple of souvenir stands. And so each time you each I didn't work this out what the puzzle would be, but each time you'd be trying to get him to take a break or leave his stand, and you'd have to do it. And um, maybe there'd only be a certain amount of times that you could do that before you'd have to change tactics. I'm not sure what I would do for that, but that's one of them. Uh, okay, so for souvenirs, we got hats, helmets, right? You know, you can get all kinds of hats in like Disneyland and Disney World. But helmets, buttons, pins, t-shirts, torches, maps, snow globes, a sword and stone snow globe, dragon, knight, castle sculptures, crystal mugs, shot glasses, stickers, toy swords, and dragons, portrait drawers. You know, basically all that you find in a theme park. So, badge consists of Knights Academy badge and mini coat of arms with the name. You can make one by getting a KA shield shaped button, some stickers for the coat of arms, and you can write your name or possibly get it engraved. Um, okay, so now we're at the plot outlines, and these are for all the good guys. So let's see if we can go down to Max's plot outline. I know. I'm not really doing much work here, but I don't know. I enjoy reading the stuff out loud, telling people about it. I guess maybe a little too much to actually get things done like I should, but yeah. Um, okay, so yeah. See, the count had his own. A note about the count: his name is Roy. However, the reason I named Count Roy is now irrelevant. But I did have a thought, which is he's trying to be scary, but Roy isn't a very scary name, so it can be used as an in joke, game joke. I might even make it so you have to guess his name, Rumpelstiltskin style, for he'll help you on your cause. I'm not sure how yet to work this in, as Hubert has been friends with the Roy for a long time. I'm also reading my notes, preparing to type them in here. I'm noticing, so this is a note that I just typed in my notes. This is an old handwritten note. I'm noticing the count's main plot and subplot are very strong. In fact, they almost seem the same. So I'm not sure if I need to give the count a reason for being a main character. I don't actually have any NPCs written for this game right now, other than possible few that are in various scenes that aren't major characters. For instance, Knights John talks to at the Academy. In any case, I'll go ahead and write in. Yeah, this is another thing: is he goes into school and he finds out some information. And that's basically all I've got written in there. So I'll have to make the game. I still have to make NPCs. Like I'll have to come up with ones that he talks to. I have a few already that are named in some of them. For instance, the cook from the Grand Enchanted Landian Hotel. She has a bit in the plot, and they take her with them. But she's nothing more than an NPC. Um, I'll go ahead and write in the plot lines as I wrote them with minor modifications. I'll have to revisit the story later when I'm trying to compile them into the game's design. So, main plot is to find a woman who wants to spend the rest of her life with him, which is an extremely long lifetime. Subplot is to repopulate the vampire race so he may fight Max. Um, yeah, that probably wouldn't happen that quickly. Even if I did some sort of magical thing that vampires can multiply like rabbits like instantly or something. I mean, I could do that. That's I mean that's something I could do because it's fantasy and I can pretty much do what I want. But so that's not a great subplot, and his main plot, he doesn't have a main plot. His main plot might would have been because so basically yeah, see, I might have to work in. I might have to add in some extra things in here. That's good. It's actually helping me come up with more ideas to put in there. So basically, the motel has been kind of operating at a loss. Basically, he doesn't have many people come in. Partly because maybe they think it's too scary, and partly because there hasn't been enough people to go there anyways. Uh, and it's usually kind of hard to get people to come into a scary mansion, haunted mansion looking thing. Really, the Count's a real nice guy, anyways. Um, he likes to create the spooky atmosphere in his hotel. Uh, so he wants to find a good woman and then repopulate the vampire race, and so that's not really a subplot. And like I said in the note above, or into the thing here, um, they almost sound like the same subplot, really. So I have to read it and check it out. But I do have a rewrite of his plot outline because this is the first version, and I redid their plot outlines in the for most of the heroes' plot character arcs. Um, Find a woman who wants to extremely okay. Again, a couple of notes here. Repopulating the vampire race should probably take a lot of time, more than you have playing the game. And the cat finding a mate is almost the same as wanting to repopulate as needs a mate to do so. This is what wasn't thought through very well and will almost certain be changed at a later date. Okay, so let's look at what the counts. I was kind of giving an example here of the thing I was doing. Like the count could almost be a an NPC if I want him to be. You know, I mean, I could do that. I could do the traditional. You know, there's one or maybe the three main characters, kind of a la Day of the Tentacle. Uh, but remember, originally I thought it would be cool to be able to play all the characters, including the villains, even though they don't ultimately win. I thought what it would do is it would help build up the story. You know, when you're watching like this really cool long miniseries and it's really good, and because of the miniseries the way that they are, they're like mini movies, but at the same time they're they're longer than movies, right? They have multiple parts, so they have at least double the runtime of a standard motion picture. You know, they'll start at anywhere from 3 hours, meaning 2 nights, and sometimes go up to like 5 nights, where it's like 4, 5, 6 hours or whatever. And when you watch those, they're a lot closer to books because books can actually take a long time and can actually have a lot of stuff in it. So I was thinking the equivalent of that sort of would be a an adventure game where you could play both the heroes and the villains, so you could actually see it from their perspective. Could still do that. That means I have to put a lot more events in there. It'll take a lot longer to do, but it still might be worth doing because if it ever gets done and people get to play it, they might think, "Wow, this is awesome." And I'm not saying that to brag. Like I'm gonna make something that's super awesome that everybody's gonna just love. And you know what I mean is if anybody likes it at all, they're gonna really like it because they're gonna have this thing where they have enough time to get to know all the characters and all the interactions, and you read like this is like reading like my favorite, you know, the best book I've ever read or whatever. You know, this is like epic, like Lord of the Rings. I I don't imagine this is going to be anything as good or even that similar to Lord of the Rings. I'm just kind of saying some I'm just kind of saying some stuff here as in what the experience would be. So like if you had all these characters to play, you might think, well, you know, that's going to be a huge game. Well, yes and no. Um, I remember adventure games. Okay, so when they were started to wind down um, in the mid to late '90s, they were still making a few of them, and some of these games had up to 8 to 10 hours of gameplay story. Really everything averaged about a couple of hours, especially if you knew everything and knew what to do. But these could take several days. But then when 3D started becoming prevalent and adventure games, it was mostly action games, you know, shooters and the like. Um, these games started touting 40 and 80 and you know 120 hours of gameplay, you know, as like it was a feature. And I think now they're came away from that because that making all that those hours of gameplay means that you have to do a lot of stuff, and it also means a good chance that it doesn't turn out very well. Anywho, um, so uh, I probably this would probably have hours of gameplay. It might not be as long as whatever your big AAA blockbuster game does nowadays. I don't even know because I don't even play new games hardly. The newest game I play is Halo. I don't play multiplayer. I just play single player. And and what I mean by Halo is I mean the newest one I played was Halo Reach. I think is let's see. There's O ODST, the ODST or Orbital Drop Shock Troopers. Yeah, Halo ODST, and then Halo Reach. I think was made after that. It's actually a prequel, but that was kind of like the newest game I played. In fact, I got the Master Chief Collection, and it actually has Halo 4 in it. But I've never even played Halo 4. I've only played it up to, you know, 3, and then ODST, and then and then Halo Reach. So, um, what was it? Why was I saying that? Oh, I'm just saying I don't play new games. I just don't. Uh, I play occasionally. I'll play. I'll see an indie title or something. I'll play a little bit of that, you know. But most of the games I play are fairly old, you know. Occasionally it'll be like a Lego game or something, and I haven't been playing any games lately. um, so so yeah, so I don't even know if new games do this super huge, amount of gameplay. I know they all do these massively open worlds, and they put a big emphasis on multiplayer. They don't even really. I'm not saying games don't include single player campaigns, but single player almost seems like an afterthought nowadays or something. And I like single player. I don't do multiplayer. Why? Because whenever I try to play multiplayer, I always get killed instantly, and it's no fun. It's no fun when you're no good. And I understand that you have to get good. You have to play enough to get good enough to actually find that fun. And I know that if I had started, or even at this time, if I started playing a multiplayer game and I played it enough, and and I got on and started doing it, I'd probably get into it too. It's just I haven't hit the point of where I would play it enough to actually get good enough so that I don't die instantly and then actually get addicted to it. So I always do single player games, of course. Anywho, so the whole thing is playing the villains. Now, when you think of playing the villains, you're probably thinking that maybe the villains could win. Like maybe your choices make a matter in how the game changes or how the game story is told. And that's fine. And I know some people they like to try to do the steal where it actually, helps them out. Action games don't really do that. Action games kind of have this one thing, and the way that you make your own game, you make your own story is by doing multiplayer. But I'm thinking, should I still? It means it's a lot of work, but considering that I'm not really thinking of the end goal here, other than actually finishing it, actually working on it and finishing it, um, I'm going. It still might be a good idea if I let you play the villains in this. Think of an adventure game. Think of playing Day of the Tentacle if you've ever played that, and you get to play Purple Tentacle. Now you still don't win. Hoagie, Laverne, and Bernard they still get to win. They still get to change their role back and restore it. But think about you get to do the actions that Purple Tentacle does. You know, starting up the machine and sending them to different time periods, and then you know you'd send tentacles to guard them, to jail them, whatever. And how fun that would be if you got to play them, even if you didn't win, even if it was still the same exact story that you get to play when you play it. Uh, I think it would be fun. I mean, I just think it would be. It would just add more to the story, basically. So, now sometimes when you read novels, or I guess novels, when you read them, you do get to see what the villain does. You don't get to see as much because the story you're reading, the story you're concerned with is the protagonist. So you're with the hero or the good guy or whatever it is, the main character. You're not with the villain. The villain's only there in order to have something for the protagonist to go against, basically. But some books do it a little better than others. Some books have a full thing that they try to do, have a full story on the villain's side. The ones that are really good, they actually kind of write that. It's that's another thing, like kind of like Lord of the Rings, right? Um, there's there's a goal. There's a goal to the bad guy, and the goal for Sauron in the whole book is to get the rings, to find Frodo, and possibly retake possession of the ring. And you see that reflected, even though you don't read as much about Sauron in there. So, anyways, I'm still thinking about that. So, if anybody is watching or listening, maybe you can tell me if you think it's a good idea. Who plans on giving up, then they get burned out. Yeah, that's true. I'm not going to get burned out because I'm not planning on cramming this stuff in. I'm just making this game. It's this thing. I'm working on it, so I don't think I'll do have burnout here. Plus, I got a lots of different things to work on. You know, art and sound and music and writing and making puzzles and programming and just a lot tons of different stuff to do. Okay, so Count starts the weekend as he doesn't have a mate and decides he needs to find her before he dies. Okay, that can actually be a motivation. In fact, that's still a good as a subplot. The subplot is that he needs to find a mate, and that's part of your game. And since he's pretty valuable to the story, he's pretty valuable to Hubert because he can turn into bat. He can go and check things out, and he does, and he finds out things. Um, we could do this thing though that um, where they need to find one before they die or something. That might be a little too dark too. I don't know if I'll do that or not, but um, Hubert tells him the prince is in trouble and that she, being a woman, might could help him. Oh, okay. So we're presuming that Princess could help him with his romantic troubles, you might say, if she's rescued. So summoning all his power, he turns into bat to start to search for the whereabouts of the princess. So he actually finds the princess, so that's still consistent. The Count finds Princess Karen in the basement of the Grand Enchanted Landing Hotel and relays the info to her Hubert and John, who promptly rescues her. Tells the Count of a woman who might be inclined to help him if he proves noble. He meets a woman that used to be the manager of the Grand Enchanted Landing Hotel and managed to do something noble. I don't know what that is. That's what I put it there. She gets to spend the rest of her life as a vampire. Okay. Uh, yeah, and I actually have two candidates. One is something that I forgot about, but in which school is it? Oh, in Princess Prep, right? Is it Princess Prep? Right, Fairy God College is actually being used to train witches. Yeah, in Princess Prep, um, Hubert goes in, and he's actually looking for, I don't know, maps or something. I forget exactly. And what am I saying? Oh, yeah, she was gonna go speak at Princess Prep, and Hubert finds out that no, John finds out, not Hubert. John finds out that the headmistress is has been tied up. She's not technically tied. She's been trapped in a plant, one of her office plants, basically, because Violet. I think I think it was Violet that came in and did the spell, and Violet kind of arranged everything. Barty actually did the kidnapping, but she actually got the princess's itinerary, and um, the headmistress had the itinerary because she's supposed to go to the hotel first, and there's supposed to be different things that she does, and so had this list, and that's how Barty was able to grab her out of one of the trains. He went on the train that she's supposed to appear on, and so she gets trapped in, and then John comes in, and he finds out she's trapped, and then he lets her out. And so I was figuring that could be one of the deals that could be a mate for the Count. And then the other one that I just thought of is the cook in the Enchanted Landian. This thing said that she used to be a manager before it like kind of went belly up kind of thing. But that's not entirely true because the Grand Enchanted Landian stays open. It's just not technically accepting guests. So it's kind of like it's not open. So you can go to the lobby and they might look at you weird, but nothing will happen unless you try to go up to the rooms or something. And and what was I saying? Oh yeah, the cook actually helps the princess to escape, or actually she when the princess escapes with the plans for the Omnigate, um, she gives them she gives the plans to the cook, and then the cook finds a way to get the plans back to her, while throwing off the guards. And so, as they go and rescue her, they actually rescue the cook as well. And the cook can be kind of youngish, and um, so that could be a candidate for the count. Anyways, Princess tells Colin woman may claim to help. Okay. Roy is reminded his race was hunted down and killed by the staff of the Enchanted Herald. So basically, to make news, okay, so I guess I'm not sure what I decided to do exactly with the Enchanted Herald. I think the idea is some bad guys got a hold of it, and they hunted down Roy's people, the Count's people. Hunted down the Roy's reminded the Zone race was hunted down and killed by the staff of the Enchanted Herald. He decides to go after the staff after biting a woman. She turns into a vampire, and she in turn decides to bite one of her Melkor workers, and they'll turn into vampires. Maybe that was just a funny thing. I guess I thought it would be funny, as if it kind of spread like that. I guess that's how you can multiply vampires. So that's what I was thinking would happen. They have all apologized to the Count, and they decide they all owe him a favor for the harm they did. All he wants in return is a retraction and classified advertisement called for volunteers to become vampires. At first, no one's answers the ad, and when it seems like no one will answer, many different people and all creatures show up and so decide to sign up. With the Count's new wife, they rebuild the vampire race and then form them into an army to fight against Max. Huh. Interesting. I don't think our guys need any more armies, though. They're still kind of overpowered, so to speak. We got giants, and we got the dragons on our side now, and we got the knights on our side, and we don't need the vampires too, so that might be out. So that means I still have to think of. I don't really have to. I mean, I could leave it as it is, but I might would like to. Um, I might would like to have the count have a main plot. It would still be something that contributes to the main plot. Um, Hold on. It's almost time for me to break. I think maybe. Um, so I can do the subplot about him finding a mate. Um, but all the main plots here have to do with the main goal, which is to get Enchanted Lands back on its feet and to get rid of Max and his whole organization. Let's see. Roland wanted to find his father. Yeah, there were two things with Roland, I think. Roland wanted to find his father, and he wanted to get back in the good graces of the dwarves. Basically, he wanted to get back into the dwarf mines. Now they all seem kind of like subplots, or you could say dual plots. I don't know, but they both contribute. In other words, the giant Um, Roland's a giant, or Roland's dad's a giant, and he's running this big machine. So when they stop it, then they stop this big machine. Um, but Roland also wanted to reconnect with his dad. So what was I saying? Roland wants to find his dad, but his dad also can help our guys, and he's gonna recruit the Giants. So I don't know. Maybe the count doesn't need a main plot. Maybe his main plot is just what he's doing, where he's helping Hubert out as part of the main plot. So maybe he doesn't need maybe he just needs just the subplot. Anyways, what I was trying to find is Max's deal. Wishes to find his father and wants to be accepted by the dwarfs and to help fight against Max. That almost seems like a main point. That would be a main plot, and the accepted by the dwarves and help fight against Max could be the subplot. I think. Anyways, that's not what I'm looking for. There's Sir William, Garrett the Cowardly Werewolf, who's not a coward anymore. He's a sinister. What do they call that? Where he has whatever ambition to go to his own ends. I forget what word I'm looking for. Let's see. Subplot outline, main plot outline. Ooh, Maximilian Spell, plot outline. Here we go. Here's the first Maximilian Spell one. Or actually the only one, I think. Max attempts to conquer the realms by taking care of some enchanted land's more important residents. Also attempts to raise a magical army by infusing them with tourists with Quicksilver. Again, I'm not doing that. He plans on he's conquering the realms by the help of building this giant machine and by making citizens and tourists alike to work his mines. Max also attempts to extract info from Princess Karen about how to give non-magical ability, as people can already do that in her realm. He also starts building a machine that will open a portal large enough for armies to walk through using mined and refined Quicksilver ore. Okay, so I do have that as a subplot, and that's funny because this should be kind of flipped, I guess. Or the main plot is actually building machine, should be building machine. Anyways. Huh. He wants to take over by building this machine. And then this turns into he wanted to kidnap her so he could get the information about how to refine the Quicksilver ore to 90%. Using a bit of Quicksilver, it will be managed. Maximilian Spell gets back into the realm, disguises Maximilian's billionaire playboy, replaces the real king with the puppet one, and has the puppet king close the lands. Oh, that's right. So the first act was to get the puppet king, swap the real king out, and that way the king could sell enchanted lands to him. Realizing Hubert might be a problem, he gets Violet to sell half of his magic. Max starts the mines back up, forces tourists to work them. He also starts to experimenting again. The tourists try to stand up to him because the gnomes hold them hostage. Part of the king of the gnomes even gets Roland's dad, a giant, to work one great ore processing machine. Hubert finds someone from our realm to help him save the lands. Max gets Violet to turn the Knight Sir William into a unicorn and sets the Black Knight to hunt him. As the first tourist gains magical ability, he also becomes zombified, unable to do anything of his own free will. He gets Red Riding Hood out of hiding and has her attempt to build an army of werewolves, but also has Barty kidnap the princess. The princess is rescued as the first batch of magic zombified warriors are complete. Max takes him to the side of the portal, which is in the clouds next to the administration castle. The princess manages to fix Crooktooth's teeth, who then commands all the other dragons to stop terrorizing the villages. Kurt manages to convince them the world to fight for the good guys. Okay. That's almost not a main plot line. That's the main plot line of the whole story, not of just of Max. So, uh, Max finishes building his armies. Red mysteriously disappears, and Violet gets her army of witches ready as they get moved into the portal location. Okay, subplot: Max has already kidnapped the princess, bringing her to the basement of Grand Janelanium. Commences construction on a huge machine with a large terrace with the administration castle. Yes, I probably need to put that in there somewhere. Max has the princess taking the makeshift laboratory in the basement and orders Barty to get her to talk. Meanwhile, Max oversees the construction of the inner chamber of the Great Machine. Princess escapes from the basement of the hotel and manages to gather crucial information as she navigates the hotel only to be captured again. I wanted to do the thing of the traditional thing of the hero rescuing uh, the princess, but or knight rescuing the princess, whatever you want to say it. Um, but they have to have crucial information. So what I decided to do is have her escape, but then she gets caught again because they got too many people there. And it's not even that she makes a dumb mistake. She doesn't really make a dumb mistake. It's just that they got people patrolling in, and they got very tight security, and she doesn't have many resources. So she managed to get out of her bonds with the help of some mice, and then they lock her up this time in chains and shackles, and then that's when our heroes come in and rescue her. Princess escaped the basement hotel, managed to gather information as she navigates the hotel and be captured again. The machine is completed. Testing commences by Max himself. The princess is rescued. She relays her information. John goes to the mines to free the slaves, gets captured himself as the rest of adventurers arrive in the gnomes' mines. Roland finally finds Dad and gets Hubert to release him. Roland rescues them all, and the heroes storm the castle. Max prepares the machine, disrupts operation in the castle with red tape. Uh, Not sure what the idea is here. Maybe sort of an in joke. Sir William and the Black Knight turn princess. Uh, yeah, that was when the Black Knight was something different. Um, you fight along top scaffolding. John defeats Max when he falls off the scaffolding. That's actually what I had in there. That's what I rewrote. I don't even remember adding that in there. Here, Max becomes a training dummy. Okay, that's not really strong either. That's kind of the main thing too. Although we do need to see Max start. Yeah, I could add a few things in there for Max. For one thing, Max is inserting the Puppet King. I can do that in the beginning. Um, then when he starts to build the machine. Okay. Well, I think it's time for a break now. What do you think? You think it's a great idea too. And I do too. Thanks for giving it to me. Okay, break it is. I will see you. I'm gonna put 30 minutes up here. I could be back from anywhere from 10 to an hour. I just I gotta become more consistent, but I haven't done that yet. So forgive me for that. I'll be on break, and I will see you when I come back. Here I am. Okay, I'm back with coffee. Coffee. I just ate some pepper jack though, so um, drinking pepper with coffee is not a great idea. But okay, it is visits. A little dyslexia going on there. You're not even seeing that. Sorry. Um, Barry the gnome facilitate Max's plans. Wants to be able to loot realms, so he does anything Max wants. Subplot to make Doris mine his precious jewels for himself and make sure tourists are hired to work the Quicksilver mines. Okay, I am kind of wondering if I need to. Wait, let's pull this to the forefront. Um, okay. Okay. Okay, so Max. His main goal is to conquer the realms. Subplot. I don't know if Max has a subplot. See, this is the thing. If I can't make them have their own plots and subplots, I might not should make them player characters. Maybe. I have to think of something soon. I also have to remember I need to balance out whenever I add something to one of the acts, and I need to balance out the other acts. So if I put one new line in Act 1, I need to put two new lines in Act 2 and one new line in Act 3, just to keep it kind of balanced like it's supposed to be. Did I really have a good idea for a subplot for Max? Because that doesn't really. He did have a secondary plot, though, originally. Originally, it was trying to find a way of making non-magical tourists have magic power, and then he would zombify them with some sort of spell, and they would essentially be his an army of soldiers he could bid to do anything that he wanted. So the one idea is to make this essentially make this machine, and then the other plot is to get everybody to become his minions. But I kind of took out the thing about him experimenting on tourists. Now, of course, he can still do a spell of compulsion or coercion. In other words, he could still put them under spell. They could be zombified. But the thing about imbuing them with magical power. Like if I could find a way of doing it to where it doesn't sound kind of like gruesome, I guess. So instead of injecting them with stuff, because that's kind of experimenting on people or whatever. That's a little bit too dark for the what I'm going for here. So I wouldn't do that. But hmm, not sure. He just has a singleness of purpose right now. Singleness of purpose is actually conquering the lands again. I mean, he could have a subplot where he has this romance, and he ends up liking Red more than Violet, maybe, and um, that's when Violet decides to get rid of Red because they had a rivalry before. They had a thing. Yeah, maybe Max could do this dirty double cross when maybe it's not Violet that he likes. Maybe he likes Red, and honestly, it could also end up being the thing that turns out to be Violet's end, so to speak, because Max could, in the end, could find out he was responsible for having Red killed. It might be too dark, maybe. I don't know. I'm trying to go for a light tone here, so deaths aren't a big deal as much as kind of whether or not it's a gruesome way to do it, or is it something that could be potentially be used in a horror movie? Should be maybe my test. Even though I probably won't mention it, there's a pass with Red, right? Trying to get wolf hides, werewolf hides, and then Grandma gets eaten. That is pretty gruesome, pretty dark. So I'm not even sure how that will fly. Other than the fact that you might not know the story, you may not know the backstory. It might be just referred to the grandma incident or whatever. Hmm. Uh, um, are you referring to my game? I don't know if he's actually watching it or not. He might be though. That might be why he's commenting. He goes with my dude. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it. That's how it looks um, on game dev on Liberia.chat. Um, he might be talking to somebody else. If you make a Brotherhood of Evil, don't make them wear cringy hoods or symbols. I don't think I said anything that alluded to a Brotherhood of Evil kind of thing, so maybe he was talking to somebody else. Um, so let's think this through. Maybe I'll go ahead and reintroduce the elements. I'll try to make sure not to do them in a kind of a dark way. That could still be the deal, right? We'll see. Um, Kurt dispatches of red, but you don't really see anything, so it's like, you don't see what happens. So, I mean, I still got to think here. So Max's main is we need a separate subplot. Hmm. I'm trying to think, or maybe I have enough just right now just to go with this. I don't necessarily have to make more story. I don't have to put extra stuff in there. But yeah, I'm not really 100% positive here. Um, Another place I'm kind of stuck on. Kurt gets to eat red, and him along with the others are joining him to leave John's army. Originally, I was gonna have that's Kurt's outline. Is there no known way to reverse the results of being cursed? Getting by a cursed wolf. Kurt seeks a way to get rid of his cowardice and to get back at Red for capturing and killing his uncle Ulrich. So Uncle Ulrich, uh, it's something that happened to him. So he has a personal beef against her. This is just an earlier version. Kurt also wants to help those that helped him and tries to get the werewolves to join them. Interesting. You know what? I'm running out of coffee real quick, so maybe I should put the let's see the thinking here. I'm gonna leave the audio on because you won't be able to hear anything outside anyways, and then you'll know when I'm coming back or when I come back. I'm not breaking. I'm just running in here. Okay, so usually I make a pot of coffee, and there's usually like a little bit left in the pot. It's not enough for a cup usually. It's just enough to kind of rewarm my coffee. So that's all I'm doing is I'm going to grab that. I'll be right back. That's why I'm thinking. Okay, I am back with my refilled coffee. It's only gave me about half a cup extra. Okay. Uh, I still have to figure it. I don't think I had any uh, brotherhood people sort of thing in my game, unless what I talked about sounded like it. All right. Yeah, don't worry, my dude. No cringy no cringy hoods or symbols. Well, I don't know about the symbol thing. I don't think there's any. I don't think I have anything in here that alludes to there being symbols. This is all just kind of straight up as far as the villain goes and everyone involved. The villain wants to take over all the realms, and he's got his armies with him, and he's got his compatriots, which is Violet Moonshadow, the witch that's helping him kind of get on top. She's almost his brains, even though he doesn't need brains, but she takes care of all the ancillary stuff while he focuses on building the Omni Gate. And then Red. Now originally she was Red Riding Hood. That's why I call her Red. Red is her nickname. I gave her a name called Scarlet Clover. Um, and so the story has it that Red and her grandma had this scam going where she would end up getting werewolf skins uh, by essentially essentially seducing them into uh, trying to eat grandma. You know the traditional story where she goes off into the woods to give grandma some goodies or some food or something, and then when she gets there, she finds out that this wolf has come and basically swallowed grandma, and is wearing her glasses and her coat and stuff. And so I was thinking Red Riding Hood in my deal, and then at one point I decided not to bring Red Riding Hood in because she's actually a fairy tale character, and none of my characters are fairy tale characters. But then I decided to bring her in, and I decided her backstory is basically Red Riding Hood's based on her story, maybe, and she has a name, and the old fashioned story is that her and Grandma get taken advantage of, and I guess eventually the huntsman comes home and he sees them, and he chops the wolf open, and out come Red and Grandma and whatever. But my story, and my story, I'm not sure if I did this because um, I don't think this is similar to Fractured Fairy Tales in Bullwinkle and Friends cartoon show from the '60s. There was Fractured Fairy Tales about Red Riding Hood, and they would clobber a wolf to get their fur, and that was part of the comedy. Is like a twisted story kind of thing. And somehow I adopted that into my story. I don't think I don't think I saw it before I came up with that idea, but I might have. Like I've seen Bullwinkle and Fractured Fairy Tales and Mr. Peabody, and all the stuff that associated with that cartoon for years and years. He used to rerun on TV all the time, and so there's possible sometime in my past I actually saw that episode of Fractured Fairy Tales, and that's what went into my head when I thought of it. But anyways, so yeah, so this is the idea. The idea is that she captures wolves and then to use their fur. And then there's an incident that involves Grandma. Apparently, Grandma does eventually get caught, and so ever since then, Red's kind of been in hiding. And really, she hasn't really been in hiding. She wasn't afraid of them. She was actually trying to find out a way to seek revenge on for Grandma's death. Well, I do have a couple of like dark items here in this game, which for most people won't be a big deal, but what I was been trying to go for is something kind of light and Disney like. I mean, old Disney, old Walt Disney. It's anything, basically anything before Eisner came in, up into, to me, the last great Disney cartoon movie was The Great Mouse Detective, and that came out in '86 or '87. To me, it was the last of what to me was kind of old Disney, old school Disney before they actually changed it. When they went to Little Mermaid, they actually changed kind of how they drew the characters and the story, and made her a rebellious teen and all this stuff. But when anything that Walt Disney ever did was always kind of this moral deal. That's why he chose those classic fairy tales. You know, Cinderella. Um, Cinderella gets her Prince Charming because she obeys when she's supposed to. She doesn't step out of her place. She's nice to everybody. She loves little animals. She does her work and she doesn't really complain or anything. Not like her stepsisters complain. And so the idea is she has this kind heart, this kind true heart, and she eventually gets her dreams or her wish after being this kind of servitude kind of attitude, you know. And and the Little Mermaid, when they came to that, they completely upended the deal. So now instead, the Little Mermaid, she sees this human and she kind of essentially she lusts after him, even though that's not what they said in the cartoon because it's for kids, right? But essentially, she likes this guy she sees, and then she disobeys her dad. She goes in and makes a deal with the Sea Witch, which gets her voice taken away, and eventually Dad kind of comes to her rescue, takes her place. So the King Triton goes in her place so that she doesn't have to die or she doesn't have to lose her voice permanently or whatever. Can't remember. And then in the end, she gets her prince anyways. But she didn't do anything to earn it. She didn't have a kind heart or a they made her quirky and cute and whatever, and that was supposed to cover up all that. Whereas in the old Disney cartoons, uh, there were kind of like morality tales, right? Snow White is innocent, right? Um, and Snow White isn't like Cinderella. Cinderella is like about obeying, like being in your place, in this lowly place, and because you're a really good heart, you do what you're told. You do the best you can with what you got. And Snow White's a little bit different. Snow White is just about her being innocent and being completely altruistic, kind of, you know. And it was just a total change. So whenever I talk about Disney, something Disney like, I'm always thinking anything when Walt Disney was alive. And of course, I like some of the stuff up until Eisner came in. Eisner came in while they were in the middle of making the Great Mouse Detective, Basil of Baker Street, and then what did they do? They gave control of the animation division to Roy Disney, Roy Disney Jr., or whatever you want to call him. And then they made the Black Cauldron, and then that didn't go over too well, and so then they took it, and Eisner gave the animation department to Jeffrey Katzenberg. I think Katzenberg was one of the ones that kind of screwed Disney over. He's kind of what made it woke before it was woke. If you hear the story about when Pixar was first doing Toy Story, and they went to the screening, and Katzenberg kept telling them that he wanted to make it edgier and edgier instead of being the way that they wanted to do it, which I think their way was kind of a little bit more old school Disney, where because Woody, I guess Woody was kind of snarky, he was kind of a jerk, and Jeffrey Katzenberg wanted to get this kind of like rough humor, something to me that's not very Disney. It's not very Disney to do, kind of like dirty jokes, or they wouldn't have done dirty jokes per se, but they would have done, this kind of coarse stuff, and that's not what Pixar wanted to do. They just didn't. John Lasseter and the rest of the guys, they wanted to do it their way, and so after the screening, uh, they were kind of mad, and they said, you know what, we're just going to do it our way. They threw out their footage and stuff, and they kind of started from scratch. And what they came up with is what we saw in the theater. And I think Jeffrey Katzenberg is kind of the dork that kind of added all this crap in and made it non-family, basically anti-family, you might say. So, anyways, I know I get off on tangents. I always do. So I need to figure something out here. How much more of stuff do I need to add to? Okay, live streaming. Trying to decide whether I want to add more story to my plot outline. Anyways, I go off on this tangent and sold to a mysterious figure by the ruler of the kingdom. This figure named Max systematically closed down most of the resort. Many people disappeared, including most of the friends of the wizard, the chief advisor of the king, Hubert. And I guess if I add stuff here, I need to, yeah, but I haven't really made much progress today. So any progress is good progress. That means one line. It's like the whole thing about you not being motivated, and then like the 2 minute rule. If it's something you can do in 2 minutes, or the rule where if you can get the smallest thing you can get done to kind of get going. I need to do the same way as far as this progress. I need to decide on something that I need to add or not add or do that puts me closer to the end goal of finishing, even if it's just changing one line or changing uh, one thing's order, or a couple of orders of lines or something. So up until now, I don't really have that much on the villains exactly. Well, I do. Zanzibar does actually have quite a few things here. Uh, so I actually don't need to really worry about his, because I already did the plot and subplot with him. I kind of did the same thing with Red and Kurt, sort of. So I figure I figure they have enough in there. Um, I didn't really have anything for Crooktooth. Crooktooth, I actually changed to Nestor and Chester, but then I decided I want Crooktooth back, and so let's see something here. Let's see if I got anything for Crooktooth here. Crooktooth, Crooktooth the dragon. Oh, anyway, it's Bad Tooth that made him cranky. See, Crook in the original version, the princess actually removes his tooth for him, and then he becomes a good guy. I actually have a problem with that too in my stories when I go whenever I make stories, write stories. I always want to. I never like to see a bad guy stay a bad guy. I always like to make them like become good guys or something, or redeem themselves or something. I always have that. That's kind of a problem, I guess, with my story writing. Sometimes people don't have a reason; they're just evil, and sometimes you can do that in your stories. Um, okay. Quick Truth the Dragon plot outline. Now, I have no clue what I had here. It's just about his tooth, I bet. He needs to get his tooth fixed, but Max will only help him if he goes and terrorizes small villages. Subplot. Quick Truth secretly wants to become a dentist so no one will be able to hold anything over his head again. Yeah, I mean, that would have been funny. But again, that makes him a good guy, and that unbalances my good guy to bad guy ratio. The bad guy to good guy ratio can be a 1-to-1, but uh, can be anything from even to outnumbering. In other words, your good guys don't have anything to fight against if your good guys are all powerful and you don't have enough bad guys, or the bad guys are not powerful enough. They need to be more powerful. It needs to make your character needs to be more of an underdog kind of thing. Which kind of raises an interesting story if you think about Superman. And I'm talking about Superman the movie from 1978 with Christopher Reeve and Gene Hackman as Lex Luthor. Um, there is a thing in there. Superman can do pretty much anything except for the kryptonite thing, which Lex in the movie I'm talking about. I'm not talking about comics or other movies or whatever. Um, so at least Lex Luthor's smarts. At least he has a super smarts, kind of thing. In other words, it's a match for Superman. Everything else being super, he's smart, right? The idea of taking two missiles and firing both, because Superman can only stop one of them, right? That sort of thing, and that's a kind of a smart thing. And so, in that way, they're actually evenly matched. You might say. You might say they're not evenly matched in anything except the fact that Lex Luthor is supposed to be an evil genius, and so the idea is like he comes up with something that can essentially hurt Superman, even though it can't physically hurt him. So that's actually a good example of like kind of an equal weight thing. You don't really see it in Lord of the Rings as much because they have armies and tons of armies and stuff. But the idea of Sauron, most of Sauron's armies, there's tons and tons and tons of people in his armies, and there's only like a handful in Aragorn's army, you might say, in the Fellowship's armies, right? They have a few people from Gondor, and uh, you know they go, of course, to uh, uh, what's it? The horse people. I forget. I'm forgetting the names now because it's been ages since I either read the book or watched the movies. But eventually, he comes up to having a similar force where the force can withstand. And of course, they have a little edge, but they still seem like underdogs, basically, in the movie. And so that's I have to think about that on my in my game here. So they have to be at least as many good bad guys as good guys, if not more bad guys than good guys, to make it appear impossible or really hard to win, kind of thing. Anyways, again, I'm rambling. I guess I'm not really making progress. I need to do something to make progress. I might do the thing of him starting to build a machine. I think the reason that I didn't do it that way, though, is because okay, so some of the screenplay books I read said you want to start your story at the most important moment in their essentially in their lives, in the characters' lives. The fate of the galaxy, right? Um, when Star Wars opens, he opens it. So he was thinking of, I guess, the way he talks. George Lucas was thinking of the old movie serials where they had different chapters. Now, the original Star Wars didn't have a chapter heading, A New Hope. But the idea here is that the bad guys have been doing really bad stuff. The Empire has been basically conquering the galaxy, and so that's your whole three part. In fact, he didn't do as much of a job on the prequels, linking that as a story as though it were part of. And he made it part of the story because he made the characters part of the story, but not in thinking the way like if you're thinking of a serial. Most movie serials they start out and usually some mysterious guy that you don't see is either under a hood or something, um, and they're making their plans, they're doing their things, their bad things before our good guys figure it out. And so this was essentially kind of like the first plot point, you might say, the first chance the rebels have at getting back at the Empire, which is the plans of the Death Star plans in R2, and that's at the beginning of the movie, and so it's literally their new hope, right? That's the most important. That's actually the most important time in the whole quote unquote saga. That is, you have the nine stories, or even say it was one story. The most important time to start it is not when the Empire is building up and building up forces and destroying worlds and whatever. But the most important point is the point of when they have the Death Star ready, and um, when Princess Leia gets a copy of the Death Star plans. That's actually the most important part in the point in the whole story, you might say. So I'm always thinking of the same way when I'm starting this daily. The most important point of this entire story is this point where everything is bad here. All the schools are closed down. Max is rumored to have returned, but they don't know for sure. But he's rumored to have returned. So basically, when you get brought into the story, even if you start with Hubert, the wizard, uh, the story starts when he is looking for a new hope, so to speak. He's looking for something to help him, give him an edge, in order to figure out why this is so mysterious and why it was closed down and why the king was acting weird and all this stuff. So I wasn't going to show you the beginning. I wasn't going to show you. It's like backstory, right? And I'm not talking about backstory. In fact, backstory is basically history or lore or whatever you want to call it. Where Max tried to do this before and he was thwarted by Hubert. So he's already thwarted once, and he didn't have near the ambition that he has now. He wasn't creating a portal machine. He wasn't going to open all of them. He's going to open one or two with what magic he could do it. He was going to have an army. He was going to start taking over different realms, one at a time. So basically, the idea is, get all the tourists and the citizens to actually work his mines, and then work the Quicksilver stuff, and then they become zombified and they get these magic powers, and then he was going to, in fact, that could still be part of the backstory part that you don't share, because I didn't want him to do experiments, because that's a little too dark for something that's all ages appropriate, like comedy, fantasy, 2D cartoon, whatever. Um, so then so okay, so that is the lore, that is the backstory, that's the history. The history was that he tried this before and he got thwarted, and that this time is different. He's got all of his bases covered. He's got Hubert covered. He's got Sir William when he's turned into a unicorn. He knows the princess is coming, so he kidnaps her so he can get the new refinement process, which he kind of needs, in order to power his Omnigate machine. And so so this is like the most important moment here, because he's got everything secured. He's already got everything closed down. So this is the important moment, which means he should have already started building the machine before Hubert goes to try to get help, outside help. Right? He doesn't know about the Omnigate though at this time. They don't know until they get the plans. But what was I saying? I tend to do this a lot, quite a bit. Got ADHD, and it's like squirrel, right? Um. Oh yeah. Anyway, so I'm going. Well, maybe I should have him start building the Omnigate machine. Well, if I do that, then we're not at that important moment anymore. We're seeing some stuff start up, and that shouldn't be the one thing that I might should do, though. That's interesting, because I still have, that means I still have to rejigger everything. But the testing of the machine, I have the testing of the machine in Act 3. Testing of the machine should actually be in Act 2. In fact, he should be close to finishing it. In fact, he should be finishing it maybe at the end of Act 1, maybe. Or maybe the midpoint. The midpoint would probably be better. He should be activating the machine at the midpoint. And that does necessitate moving stuff. In other words, if I take all that stuff and I put it back in 2, then I have to take some stuff in 2 and I have to push it forward to 3, and some of that may not even be suitable for Act 3. Let's see if I can find it here. Um, Hubert pops out the train. The battle between the Black Knight. See, this is supposed to be plot. Well, no, plot point 2 is at the end of Act 2, right? So this is essentially plot point 2. Plot point 2 is, I don't know if it's really a story point exactly, but it is. Uh, it's when the good guys decide to do things. It's kind of the turning point here. It's like the turning point in a war here, because so far they're in the mines, and it doesn't look like they're doing very well. In fact, really, they shouldn't be doing well at all on a lot of things. See if I can find a way of making some of that stronger. You know, something should happen to the princess, or not that she gets kidnapped again, but something. you know, this battle with the Black Knight, uh, they should all be going wrong here. Prize and captured. Okay. It's almost like this thing where they're captured here should almost be at the end of Act 2 still. So let's see something here. Let's go down. Let's start from the bottom up here. Roland Sr. and Roland Jr. head to the North Country where his people are. Hebert himself goes to Fairy God College. Now this means I might have to add some stuff. I might have to change some stuff. But what if I put a lot of this into Act 3? Because some of this other stuff should be in the middle. What do I got here? Hebert pops out of the train. That should probably be, like I said, all of this stuff here should probably be at the start of Act 3. I don't know if that's how it works. There's always the point where it's failure. Everything looks like they're they're done, right? If I moved this, let's just say, okay, let's just say from 267 down to 293. 267 to 87 is 20, and we'll say that's about 26. Not that many lines, single space, but 26. So if I move that up here, then this is going to be 26 less, right? It's going to be 174 or something. And down here, this is going to be 26 more, and that means it's going to be 126. And that makes it kind of uneven, sort of. Still trying to figure this out. Yeah, so it's kind of weird. I'm kind of stuck here. Shoot, it's already 3:30. It's almost time for me to go. What do I have here? Let's see. Where is Max? First half power. So it has him activate the machine for the first time. That should be way back. That should be about midpoint. I wonder if I could do it that way. Just rejiggering stuff a little bit. So anyways, when our story starts, we'll say when it starts with Hubert, John was supposed to be the main character. This is supposed to be kind of his story. But when I split it into trying to do all the different characters, the non-player characters, Hubert's the first character you encounter. Not that I couldn't make it with John, though. John could actually be the first one you encounter at the start of it. And some of his, like, his basically his normal life, like they always say, the ordinary world, and then something comes and happens. I could still make it do that and still have you play everything, even like I have it written here. Yeah, I might actually do that. Even rejigger some of the stuff too to do that. Yeah, but I'm not anywhere closer to adding these stories. I don't even know what Violet wants either, and I don't know what kind of subplot Max could have right now. Um, yeah. Okay, let's edit this first. Maybe a subplot involves a chance for Max to get rid of Violet after she does what she does for him. He had no intention of. This is still a thought, right? She has Red disposed of because of their rivalry. Maybe Max really likes Red, and he almost is thinking about having her be by his side rather than Violet. And that's where Violet kind of sees this opportunity to get rid of Red because she can kind of see the writing on the wall. And then maybe they even plot. Maybe Max tells her that they want to get rid of Violet after she's done with her stuff, and that could be a whole. Yeah, I mean, I could do that. I didn't want to do like love triangles and stuff because that's a little too adultish kind of story. But I could do it in such a way where, because there's nothing sexual in the story at all. So it's nothing like catching somebody with an affair. It's just more about like who likes who kind of thing. That is still appropriate for kids and stuff. And these are bad guys to keep in mind. So he actually wants to get rid of Violet anyways. But he's really gonna get mad when he finds out that Violet was removed because she made a deal with a werewolf behind his back, and that could actually be her end too. So we could actually see her end come too. That's not a bad idea. It all has to happen before Max disappears, but yeah. So even though biting something that doesn't have a flavor to it, I don't get it. Um, okay, so kind of what I want to do here. I guess I'm not adding anything. I'm changing the order of a few things maybe. Uh, let's see something here. Here, let's I'm gonna use this as sort of a scratch pad. Well, maybe I should use maybe I'll use the text editor for a scratch pad. I just won't save this, but I'll copy the text here. So everybody goes around and starting all certain command. Put them back. Uh, Meanwhile, thousands of gates. As soon as the armies are assembling, start sealing up. Okay, that's only 3 lines though. Let's push it back here. Hopefully we're not pushing into something incorrectly. Uh, Back in the mines, no guards are easily overpowered. To hear what sounds like an explosion. Back in the mines, John signals the dwarves to overpower the guards. Okay, let's say... Wait a second here. Spot the dwarves tied and gagged on the floor, sneaking in and rolling. Yes, that's magic. Guards alerted to Hubert's presence, Jason to the train station. Maybe I'll just put it somewhere in here. It almost doesn't matter where it's sitting. Well, V. The guards alerted to Hubert's. Okay. Meanwhile, in the castle at the Omni Gate, Max has his techs activate the machine for the first time. Now, Max might be somewhere down here. Max finishes the Omni Gate and is ready to test it. Oh, you know what? That's actually very good. This can actually... where did I put that? Do a Control Z. Can I do that? Let's, Control V. Okay. Now, I have to technically be 3 lines, so... okay, this is actually okay. I can actually jump that up into Act 3. Like so. Actually, that's pretty good. Where is the... Bring Red out on our way back. Kurt then, Red Riding Hood, Violet at Crease, kills me at the Baptism Belfry. Max has his guards assemble the armies of creatures and men. Okay, so the idea here was that he starts seeing... See, he's when the armies are assembled, the trains start coming in. He orders his technicians to put the machine at full power and open all the portals. Let's do something else. I know the reason why I did that, but it's because he's in a hurry. He starts seeing them coming and... Okay, Max. All right, let's see something here. Oh, darn it. Max. I don't know. Okay. I have to be careful about the timelines too, the chronology, because this thing with Zanzibar, he hears about the castle being stormed. That's going to be later, but he also sees the trains coming, so I need to kind of fix that a little bit. He can't see the trains coming already, and then he can't hear about the thing later when he had already seen the trains coming, because at that point they're on the premises. So that's one thing I'm gonna have to fix here. Find it here. And that's the other thing. He should have already. The other dragons should already be enchanted too. Yeah, I gotta. But there's gotta be some fixing here. I gotta clean up the chronology here a little bit, because for one thing, the dragon should already be enchanted by the time. Because when they go into the schools, they hear about the dragons terrorizing villages here. Okay. Max uses Zanzibar. Max heals out. It just took all my money. It's where the castle is being stormed, and it better get back. Max finishes the Omni Gate and is ready to test it. And actually, I need to do this. Not meanwhile now. Max has a text activate the machine for the first time. First app power. Spelling X shut off. Roland and John sneaking in. Surprise violent present. You cast a spell, causes Max to return to him. The guards alerted. While serving Black Knight, Sir William, Chester Nestor, the gnomes promptly put John back in the mines. Huh. I don't know where I was going to put this. Huh. Okay, some... Maybe I was just going to put it right back. Hmm. Mm -mm -mm -mm. I don't know. I'm getting stuck here. I don't know if I was gonna... X Orders his technicians to put the machine at full power. I can at least put this into Act 3 here. Kind of semi-arbitrary, sort of. Let's just go ahead and update that, I guess. These should more or less not be that much different. 391, 299. That's still about right, so that's okay. Okay, I guess I'll update it here. So I need to make a note for myself though, here, which is note. Here, I don't know, I'll do it like this. Need to clean up the chronology of the plot outline. Dragons are already enchanted by Cryptooth because it happens before we're introduced to either John or Hubert. What was the other thing that I said that needed to be continuity-wise? Darn it, I can't remember what I said though. Let's see, Act 1. Let's figure it in max. Stops at the store. Escape a splitter. What did I say here? Dragon's already enchanted. This other thing had to do with Max, right? Had to do with starting. Chester leaves, strip, Zanzibar. Oh, that's right. Zanzibar is able to escape after confusion caused by Max being called away on account of the heroes storming castle. However, at a date, he sees flying trains coming in that weren't scheduled. Need to rearrange the chronology. Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to call it a day here. I know I really didn't actually get anything done. I didn't add anything really, like I meant to. I mean, I moved things around, but there is kind of a lot to process in here. Trying to figure out Max's Well, I mean, I did maybe come up with a subplot for Max. A possible subplot for Max involves him liking red and maybe wanting to get rid of Violet. Violet is jealous, so she gets Kurt to take care of her in return for some expel. Wait, did she go the first time? Oh, in return for her making him leader of the pack. When Max finally figures out what happened, he decides he's going to take care of Violet himself. Okay. Control S. Alright. So, I want to thank you for listening and or watching. If you did any of those things. And I'll probably see you tomorrow. Tomorrow I have to clean up those few things, like I said, in the storyline. And then I need to go in and add a few things of the backstory, maybe not so far back, like Max's love story, Max's subplot. So I will come up with Max's subplot, and then I will add it into the delete, and then we got that. And then maybe I can deal with Violet's own subplot. Her own subplot involves getting rid of Red. And I don't know if I don't know, maybe I actually have her subplot on here. See something here. Uh, Back to Violet. Kurt then reveals Rose promising. Violet agrees. Okay. Kurt goes back and gets in the rock. He grabs the totem. Takes the totem back to Violet. Casts a spell. So, I didn't actually work on. I worked on Red. I didn't work on Violet's plot and subplot. She's more or less in there, but she's done certain things. But I haven't dealt with her directly. Her subplot is to get rid of Red. And I don't know what I thought of her main plot. She's hoping that actually her main plot and her subplot could actually be the same or similar, because she wants to become. She wants to be. She wants to stay at the top, beside Max, for one thing. So her goal is to stay at the top, basically. Her subplot involves getting rid of Red, her only rival, her only real rival. Maybe her main plot has to do with the witches, though. Trying to get the fairy godmothers to turn into witches, which isn't ultimately become successful either. I have to think about it. I have to put some stuff in there. I'm gonna have to go through and so I can add their subplots in there, because they really need this to flesh out the every character's story. So I guess we'll see, right? Anyways, like I said, thank you here. Thank you for watching and or listening, and I'll probably see you tomorrow around the same time, and we'll see if we can't. Even though I didn't really feel like I making progress today. I did kind of figure out a thing. I figured out Max's subplot. Um, I figured out a little bit of Violet's, not really. I I'm getting pretty close. I gotta make sure that I get like the Count subplot. We already got Roland taken care of. Let's see, Princess. Um, her subplot was originally to give her speech. I wonder if I should still do that as a thing. I mean, it'd be part of the game that you play, where she gets to. That really wouldn't do anything though. That wouldn't have a. That's not a direct connection. In other words, if they win, she can do her speech anyways, regardless of whether I thought that was something funny or not. So um, maybe I can think of a subplot for Princess Karen. Yeah, I'm not sure what that would be, but I'll have to think of that. So I'll have to add a few more subplots. I have to take some of the stuff, put them in the outline until I have everybody in the outline. I have the chronology working correctly and everything good. Then I have to go in and streamline and make sure I have like one event or location per line, which is be a one page per line. And I have to make sure that the act one, two, and three are kind of balanced. In other words, uh, acts one and two should be roughly the same size, and act three has got to be twice as big as one and three. Or if you say it like a three act structure, act two is actually act two and three, and act four is your final one, and they should all be approximately the same length. And they had to do that for commercials because of where the commercial breaks landed, and they did that in TV for a long time. But it kind of makes sense to think of it in that term because really Act Two is huge, and so really you want to think of it as more of Act Two and Three, or Act Two A and B, as each having their own kind of side to it, up and then down at the midpoint. So yeah, so I guess I'll see you. Yeah, I guess I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you for watching.